for creating a balanced and equitable society. This is vital for representation and inclusivity. Cabinets are tasked with making important decisions that impact the entire population. When both genders are represented in the cabinet, it ensures that the perspectives, experience, and needs of all citizens, both men and women, are taken into account. This representation promotes inclusivity and helps to avoid policies that might inadvertently favor one over the other. This government is not saying to have more women or even more men in cabinet. We are simply saying that our cabinet has been male-dominated for too long. It is time for us to impose a 30% quota to counterbalance historical gender imbalances and create a cultural shift to help break down gender stereotypes and biases in politics. The government pauses. Thank you.
We thank the first speaker from the proposing team. We now call upon the first speaker from the opposing team representing DeCARTARET College. Let's make that speaker welcome. We're here.
Mr. Speaker, panel of esteemed adjudicators, fellow debaters, and audience, top of the morning to you. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I would like to establish that on both sides, we want to accomplish more women in the cabinet. What we fervently disagree with is slapping gender quotas into government roles. Principally, we believe that if we want more women to take up the roles in higher seats in government, we should give them the tools needed to use these tools to be of their best ability. The cabinet ministers are responsible for policy direction and the country. Therefore, diversity among these groups is not just a good thing, but a great thing. You know what, however, it's not a great thing. But given a position branded as just filling a quota, my opponents, as the first speaker, my duty is simple: to define the key terms of the motion, redefine the motion, and introduce the roles of my fellow speakers. I will hand over my baton to the second speaker, who will then expound on the points given, and my third speaker will run the last lap of the race by summarizing points stated, close our case, and state the call to action. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, quota is defined as a fixed, limited amount or number that is officially allowed. The same source defines the minimum as being the smallest amount or number allowed or possible. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines impose as to establish or apply by authority. And Britannica defines cabinet in political systems, a body of advisors to a head of state who also serve as the head of government departments. Therefore, the moot means that the government wants to establish a minimum fixed number of women possible to serve as government department heads. Jamaica is not short of educated women. Our universities are graduating far more women than they are men. So why aren't we seeing women in these roles? The question we should ask. Women are concerned about the toll that politics takes on their family lives. If we provide an atmosphere where women in politics were able to feel accepted and comfortable leading a ministry and a family in ways that are deliberately considerate of their needs, such as a family leave, we could attract more women to the roles. The proposition might say that we can do all these with gender quotas. This may be true, but the gender quota produces a very harmful impact in that it reaffirms ideals that women being top are anomalies. Policies such as these, also emboldened, would believe that women positions are just token. Do we want our women to feel like tokens? Government? Instead, the roadblocks that prevent women from reaching the heights of politics based on the patriarchy should be removed. Parties should put in place gender diversity policies and targeting to train women to run for office. The necessary money and backing should be placed behind them. When we do this, we allow women to face the electorate and build what we call a political capital. Political capital is the currency of politicians. It is the currency that transacts power. women who have performed in front of electorate and have fought to get their place in the House are able to amass political capital. Now, when a prime minister is choosing a cabinet, he or she looks into the political capital and chooses to borrow some from his colleagues. When more women are equipped, funded, and gain seats, we will understand that we will have effective and powerful women. Giving gender quotas will just allow women to come into cabinet, which will undermine your gender equality you speak so much of, cabinet, because then we are allowing women who are probably not as qualified to come into cabinet. We want women in cabinet. We want a proper cabinet. We don't want a whatnot. Achieving diversity must not be a hurry-come-up thing. Let us build the foundations on gender representation in the cabinet and a solid foundation. Let us give the women tools that will let them build their political fortress, to buttress their political ambitions and politically work. On our side, we prefer it to take longer when we have effective women in cabinet and than a charity case that end up putting cosmetic solutions to one issue than creating others. Mr. Speaker, I'd want to highlight that merit-based selection should be what we call for instead of a gender quota. Equal opportunity. And therefore, we won't have quotas that will be taking up space when the politics starts. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that fine opening. We now call upon the second speaker from the MAGGOTTY High School, representing the proposition team, to open their case. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, may I just say, as a woman in politics, I am offended that the stereotypical views of women have become so widespread that it has even impaired the vision of our opposition. Thankfully, they are the opposition, because without a vision, the people shall surely perish. Judges, timekeeper, opposing and proposing team, good day to you all. Allow me to extend the argument presented for the necessity of imposing a minimum quota for women in cabinet. Before I begin, let me rebut a few points made by the opposing side. My Madam President over here said that that we are bringing out gender quotas, but we are saying that we want more women in the cabinet. No, Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing is that we are proposing equalities between both genders so the cabinet can run freely. On to my first substantive. Improve policy outcomes. The correlation between women in C-levels, executive ranks, and positive corporate performance has been demonstrated repeatedly. Several studies of women on corporate boards examined Fortune 500 and 1,000 companies, and a larger sample of USA and European corporations reveal how businesses with increased proportion of women executives and directors perform better. These firms around the world demonstrate an average increase in return on entity of 53%, as well as 42% higher profits and 66% higher return on invested capital. One study found that having a minimum of 3 women on the board offers the best result. A board or a C-site made up of 30% women could boost the profitability by 15% compared with companies with no women in leadership, and secure a net profit increase for both profitable and unprofitable firms of 6% points. Another study found a 20% lower bankruptcy rate for businesses with at least 1 woman on the board. An increase in the number of women on managerial teams has shown to boost the innovation capacity of their companies, especially when tackling complex issues. There is considerable evidence that a woman identified the critical new technologies, business models, new products, and services to meet customers' needs while solving societal problems. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, reserving 30% of cabinet seats for women will result in improved policies outcomes. The fact is that women often prioritize Issues such as education, healthcare, social welfare, and gender equality, all of which are foundation to a productive society. Furthermore, the study entitled Gender Accountability, When and Why Do Women's Policies Prioritize Get Implemented, published online by the Cambridge University on August 2020, shows the analysis of imperial data across countries in the sub-Saharan Africa, which has seen the largest increase in women political representation in recent years. Analyzing data from the 1960s to the 2015, the study found that having more women in the legislature is robustly associated with lower numbers of infant and child death, and that this association appears to be driven in part by a greater spending on welfare. The study also found a statistically significant interaction between the share of women in the legislature and women's participation in civil society and media when it comes to reducing infant mortality, suggesting that female politicians are more likely to further women's policy priorities when female citizens are monitoring their action. Not accepted at this moment. Sadly, however, Mr. Speaker, the study highlights that female descriptive representation is only associated with improved outcome in countries that have gender quotas, yet again supporting our call for the quota. In case the opposition begins to think that this is only one study, let me point you these studies. Facts and figures, women leadership and political participation, the UN Women website. Press release, Women in Politics, new data such as growth published on Wednesday, March 2021. And I could go on with these studies, but I need to get to my second point. Role modeling and inspiration. Increase visibility of women in top political positions, inspire and encourage other women to pursue leadership role by setting the minimum quota of 30%. It sends a powerful message that women's voices and contribution are valued and essential in the highest level of government. This can have a positive ripple effect, empowering more women to engage in politics and public service. The opposition can attest to that. Not too long ago, they have a powerful woman leading them, the Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, and no doubt that she gave Lisa Hanna the inspiration needed to challenge the top position of the party in their recently held leadership race. This is what we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, woman empowering women. There are other women in politics who engender this inspiration. Minister Olivia Babsy Grange comes really to mind, a phenomenal woman with a background in sports, youth culture, gender, and entertainment. In 1997, Gage was nominated as Woman of the Year in Jamaica. In 2009, she was named as the Caribbean Community First Champion for Culture. In 2015, she was awarded the rank of Commander in Order of Distinction for her contribution to the country's music scenes and cultural development, all streaming for her effective leadership skills and decision-making. This quota will ensure that young girls and women see more Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, Babsy Grange, Lisa Hanna in politics, and recognize that their voices are important. We are not negating the great impact of men in politics, but it is time to discuss the notion of politics being male-dominant and once and for all erase the biases towards women in politics. Iris.
Thank you very much. Second proposition speaker. Indeed, deserving of a round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the second opposition speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Mr. Speaker, panel of esteemed adjudicators, my opponents, fellow teammates, honorable guests, and other members of the audience, a pleasant good morning. I stand before you today to oppose the motion. This House would impose a minimum quota for women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it seems the proposition is only looking at one side of the spectrum. The first speaker of the opposition stated that the government, or instead the country, is a family. But then their second speaker went on to contradict by comparing the government or the country to firms and to the economy. Please choose your comparison. Not to mention that the second speaker, at the beginning of her speech, she stated several studies. But this is very generic, as the opposition does not know which study, and if such, is the study reputable. She also moves on to generalize women. All women are different, and it is important that before you place a quota in cabinet, you realize this. Now let me delve into my own argument, seeing as I have already tackled the fallacies of my opponents. Adjudicators, the proposition states that an implementation of a minimum quota on women in the cabinet can be instrumental in improving female representation in politics and decision-making. However, this is only a temporary fix to a wider problem. Let us first look at how cabinet ministers are nominated and subsequently selected. 3 words: resources, research, and recognition. Research, you must have the capital in parliament. If you want to run for a minister, you want the prime minister to nominate you to the governor general, you must have the capital. Secondly, you must have the resources. This means you must have a winning campaign. And thirdly, you must be recognized in your community. You must be known. People want to put people into power who they can trust. And as such, recognition is very important. Women should instead focus on achieving these 3 R's so that they have a higher chance of being nominated by the Prime Minister for the post. This will undoubtedly be more significant than imposing a misguided quota, which will only veil the problem and quell concerns rather than solve the issue. Instead of focusing on gender, we should seek to implement a cabinet that is performance-based. The cabinet is the principal instrument of policy and is charged with the general direction and control of the government of Jamaica. With a task as big as spearheading the Jamaican ship, it is imperative that we assemble a team with the skill set to provide good governance and direction. A team should instead focus on assembling a team that is performance-based and achieves the 3 R's mentioned prior than a team assembled by its members strictly to fulfill a quota. Okay. Let me present a hypothetical argument. Firstly, I want you to look at John and Jane. John and Jane are both members of a hypothetical IPP party in Jamaica who has recently won the last elections. There are 18 seats to be filled by the Governor General, and so far 17 has been filled, whereas 1, the Ministry of Finance, remains. John is an esteemed financier, graduated from Harvard Business School, has served as director of multiple financial companies in Jamaica, and has numerous accolades as well as experience in the field. Jane does not have either a finance degree nor financial experience. However, she's the only woman available to fill the post. Are you stating that we should instead put in Jane over John, who possesses the necessary skill set to prove as a good Minister of Finance to Jamaica based on his track record? Secondly, as mentioned by my first speaker, it is incumbent that we as a nation place more importance on admitting meritocratic and qualified persons to the cabinet rather than a specific number of women. While increased gender representation is important, prioritizing quotas over qualifications might lead to less experienced or qualified candidates being appointed, potentially impacting the overall effectiveness of the cabinet and governance. In an article titled Equal Representation, the Debate Over Gender Quotas by Jaya Nayar in the Harvard International Review, the author states, while quotas may improve important metrics of representation, they are nonetheless often seen as anti-democratic. Quotas select people based on arbitrary population demographics instead of their merit. Rather than providing equal opportunity, quotas bias elections in favor of women. There is a common perception of gender quotas across different fields. They unfairly advantage certain groups. This is supported by Aoife McGoey's article, The Problem with Gender Quotas. She states, glorifying women's political ideologies doesn't serve the cause of equality, it just creates expectations that can't be met. A person's gender does not have any influence on their opinions. It is a matter of experience and education. Quotas are also discriminatory to those who can benefit from them. Positive discrimination is still discrimination. Adjudicators. The implementation of quotas in the cabinet may also propagate the idea that women need special treatment to succeed in politics, thus undermining their credibility and capabilities. There's a certain pride to be achieved when an individual attains their position through hard work, and there's a certain respect that is bestowed to an individual whom you know has achieved their position through honesty as well as hard work. History already perpetuates the narrative that women are inferior to men and are not of the same intellectual capabilities. As such, the implementation of a minimum gender quota in favor of women will no doubt feed into this narrative, as women would be seen as needing a helping hand to attain the positions that men acquire effortlessly. In conclusion, while we acknowledge the proposition's intention to address female underrepresentation in executive politics through the imposition of a minimum quota, we firmly believe that there are more effective and equitable solutions to achieve gender equality in the Jamaican cabinet. Political parties themselves don't have gender policies. The political parties must expend the necessary resources to break up the old boys tradition and allow women to feel comfortable, welcome, trained, and supported in the journey of politics. On our side, we show that it is better to develop competent women politicians and create a long-term sustainable plan which gives the Prime Minister a wider net of competent women to choose from. It should never be the message that women are slot fillers. Simply put, stronger female politicians give the Prime Minister more incentive to nominate these members to be placed in their cabinet. The opposition recommends the removal of cultural and financial barriers supporting underrepresentation, capacity building, and the encouragement of voluntary commitments. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. We go again to the proposition side, represented by MAGGOTTY High School. And now we call upon the third speaker from that team. Hear, hear.
Chairman, adjudicators, timekeepers, audience, members of the proposing and opposing teams, I greet you well. I stand here as third speaker to prove why the government has won this debate. In doing so, I'll restate the motion for which we stand. This House would impose minimum quotas for women in cabinet. I'll also restate the government's motive for such a stance, which is not to limit the amount of women who hold seats in cabinet, my opponents, but rather to ensure that number doesn't fall below average, which we recommend to be 30% to instigate representation of women in cabinet. My opposition, your opposition leader claims the opposition's aim is for more women to be in cabinet, but the government's argument, while wanting more women in cabinet, we do not wish to undermine the seats for men, since that could be argued to be marginalization, and that this House is not only trying to provide more seats for women, but we work to eliminate gender stereotypes, and by having more women than men, we're doing the total opposite. As my deputy minister said, setting this quota is also aiming at gender equality. My opponents, I think you are quite blinded since your opposition leader believes setting a quota is putting a limit on women. And if we zero in on Jamaica's cabinet, there aren't 30% of women currently in Jamaica's cabinet, and this quota is set to increase that number, not a negative outlook, I may say. Your deputy opposition leader believes that women aren't focused on the 3 R's, one of which is resources, yet your opposition leader commented on women being, a lot of women in the society being more educated and able to fill these positions. I think you're contradicting yourself.
Point of information.
Not accepted. My Prime Minister stated that once the quota is set to 70%, my Prime Minister stated that once the quota is set to 30%, the remaining 70% of seats will be given to candidates who are qualified. Yet you say if we would favor Jane over John. Of course we wouldn't, because if John is more qualified than Jane, then John deserves a position. You also commented on more women being in cabinet because you wouldn't want, if we should elect women who are not qualified, you wouldn't want a woman to come in and be speaking cosmetics like using cosmetic to solve an issue that is not required. I think that is quite sexist and misogynistic. Not accepted. Yes, and as you say, your opposition leader commented on what prevents women from going into politics, stating that this, because of men being in politics and how society views women. But by instigating such a quota, we are giving women the opportunity to come forward and apply for these positions themselves. Yes, and about equal opportunity, your opposition leader talked about equal opportunity. Both my Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister commented on our aim being gender equality. And setting the quota to 30%, we're not limiting women to only 30% of the seats. It can be 30% or more. We're just saying it should not fall below 30% because that is marginalization of females. Accepted.
You stated gender equality, right? But you can only have gender equality when both men and women are getting the same. Gender equality does not put one gender over the other.
Gender equality does not, you are right, and that is not what we're saying. If gender equality does not put one gender over the other, that is exactly why we're instigating the quota, which will provide more seats for women, because if we're to argue for gender equality, why would we have more men than women, sorry. The proposition rests, sorry.
Thank you very much, third proposition speaker. At this time, we welcome the third opposition speaker to respond. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, erudite adjudicators, coaches, members of the opposition, members on this side of the political divide, good morning. My opponents, we're not saying that we don't want women in the parliament. We wholeheartedly do. Look at the opposition. It's filled with women, literally. Why would we discriminate against ourselves and say we don't want women in politics when we are women? It is to be noted that resources is capital and not education. So your reference was just, it did not make any sense. The third speaker for the opposition also discriminated against women with her reference of cosmetics. You generalized women to the stereotypical standards that women just like cosmetics, so yeah. As we delve deeper into the solutions to the moot, let us address a significant obstacle faced by females in politics. The difficulty in securing campaign financing. It is a reality that many funders perceive the risk associated with funding female candidates as higher compared to their male counterparts. This perception arises from the rarity of successful female candidates in the past. To overcome this challenge and ensure a wider pool of qualified women for Prime Minister to consider for cabinet positions, we must address this financial disparity. One effective approach is to focus on breaking down barriers that deter potential funders from supporting female candidates. First, we can establish transparent and accountable mechanisms that assure funders that their investment will be used effectively and efficiently. By fostering and trusting accountability in the campaign financing process, we can mitigate the perceived risk for funders. Secondly, it is crucial to raise awareness and challenge the biases and stereotypes surrounding female politicians. Education campaigns can highlight the accomplishments and capabilities of successful female candidates, countering any misconceptions that may lead to hesitancy in supporting them financially. Furthermore, the government can implement incentive programs that encourage businesses and organizations to invest in female candidates' campaigns. These incentives could include tax benefits or recognition for contributing to promoting gender equality in politics. In addition to addressing campaign financing, we must focus on societal change to create a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in politics. And throughout the years in Jamaica, we've seen time and time again where women in politics have been discriminated against. We have Portia Simpson Miller. She was heavily fought against by members within her party, members outside of her party. We have Lisa Hanna, and I can name countless more. Furthermore, in addition to addressing campaign financing, we must focus on societal change to create a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in politics. Gender equality should be promoted through education by empowering women economically and challenging traditional gender roles and stereotypes. By tackling these broader issues, we can foster a society that values women's participation in leadership roles by making it easier for female politicians to thrive and succeed. Moreover, successful countries have demonstrated that progress can be achieved without imposing quotas. Mentorship programs and leadership development incentives can be instrumental in nurturing the potential of female politicians, equipping them with the skills and knowledge needed to excel in political leadership. By providing support and guidance to new female candidates, we can create a pipeline of capable leaders who are more likely to be considered for a cabinet position based on their merits. In conclusion, we must work towards a multifaceted approach to promote gender equality in politics by addressing the challenges of campaign financing, fostering a supportive societal environment, and implementing mentorship and leadership development initiatives. We can make significant strides in increasing female representation in cabinets without relying on quotas. Let us choose the path of progress, inclusivity, and genuine empowerment. The future of our nation lies on the tapping talents and potential of all its citizens, regardless of gender. Together, we can forge a more equal and effective governance structure that reflects the diversity and capabilities of our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call upon the members to consider the comprehensive solutions we propose today and vote against the imposition of a minimum quota for women in the cabinet. Together, let us pave the way for a more inclusive and equitable future for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. At this time, we will pause for 1 minute to allow you to put the finishing touches on your reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, then we will call upon the reply speaker from the opposition, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, so that signals the end of your 1 minute. Pause. I now call upon the reply speaker from the opposition team to respond. Hear, hear.
Good day again. The proposition spoke and we listened. And as an opposition, we would like to take this time to allow you to think and listen. We agree that more women should be in parliament. We also agree that women have outstanding leadership roles. We also agree that women are outstanding individuals. However, a minimum quota is majoring in the minor. Will this actually fix the issue? When we have a minimum quota, my opponents, will that stop discrimination? Will that stop us from allowing more women to come into parliament? Your first speaker also made mention of a quota system with variation. But my opponents, are you then saying that our women are supposed to just fill a quota? Again, we are asking that when women to fulfill a numerical requirement rather than a genuinely contribute to decision making. Your third speaker also talked about numbers. Are we then saying that we have a number match that we are trying to add up to? Look at your team, for example, 1 man versus 2 women. Are you then saying that you're not gender diverse? What we're speaking of is that gender equality has nothing to do with numerical value. Rather than what we are talking about is meritocracy and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that reply speech, which concludes the case on behalf of the opposition team, DeCARTARET College. At this time, I call upon the reply speaker from MAGGOTTY High School. Hear, hear.
Judges, timekeeper, opposing team, good day to you all again. Mr. Speaker, the government is speaking about gender. We are stating that with qualification, women will be in cabinet. Your opponent came up here speaking about John and Jane. But Mr. Speaker, are you posing that men has better quality than women, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you're not looking at qualities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are saying you will develop a plan, but are you sure that your plan will be effective enough, Mr. Speaker? My opponents, you have failed to understand what we are saying. We are saying that there shouldn't disregard towards men or female. As I stated, we impose that there should be at least 30 to 50. We are not exceeding the limit or going below. We don't see women in these roles because they are being politically hindered. However, men are more considered as natural leaders. No, we are not setting the minimum quota for women to just get it. We are simply implementing that there must be at least 30 to 50 of women in the cabinet. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for that fine speech, and thanks to all the debaters who contributed so very well to this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we take a pause to contemplate the ideas that the teams have just shared, and when we return, we will deliver the results. The issue of equality amongst the genders and equity are very important issues in so many facets of national life. We've just witnessed a debate about those kinds of considerations in relation to the setting up and the makeup of our highest policy-making entity within Jamaica, the cabinet. Ladies and gentlemen, this was in fact a thrilling and engaging contest. I invite you at this time to give both teams a round of applause. The teams that contested this debate, just to be reminded, we had on proposition MAGGOTTY High School, and on opposition we had DeCARTARET College. Now, MAGGOTTY's premise for defending establishing a minimum quota of women in the cabinet is on the basis that they conceive women and women's participation, not just in politics but in other facets of national life, as being of significant benefit to the overall advancement of these spheres. They speak to us about business, they speak to us about the education sector, they speak to us about multiple other sectors that have benefited uniquely from the contributions of women. They tell us that women have unique traits. Women are nurturers, women are best able to advocate for the interest of women, and so for that reason, it is incumbent upon the crafters of the new Jamaican Constitution to inbuild within that Constitution a mechanism whereby a minimum number of cabinet ministers are women. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the team in opposition did not agree. DeCartArete College believed vehemently that's not the right approach. The analysis from DeCartArete College starts from looking at the issue from, they consider, I think, and we think as judges, a more foundational level. So beyond thinking about it from the vantage point of the benefits that could be arrived at, were we to concede to the policy prescription of MAGGOTTY, they say, well, let's step back. Let's assess the problem as it exists now and try to diagnose what causes the issues. And they say to us that women may very well not be interested in the rigorous, combative sort of environment that politics is. They say women are at a disadvantage in raising money for their political campaigns. Women are not as politically sort of experienced and exposed en masse. And so these and several others place women behind in terms of gaining a footing within the cabinet. They say that for us to achieve a degree of equality, which actually DeCartArete agrees with, they say it is better for us to fix these fundamental issues, and then organically we'll see more women filtering into the cabinet. Yes? Now, that's the setup. Of course, there were some critical engagements on some of the points from both teams. For example, DeCartArete tells us that we run the risk of women who are unqualified as compared to their male counterparts having to be foisted into the cabinet to fill a seat. And they say that is potentially harmful to the core function of the cabinet, which is to drive policy and to drive governance of the country. They say furthermore, that there can very well be a public backlash. When women don't perform, then women en masse, by and large, will be criticized as being ineffective and ineffectual. Those are harms that they say exist on the side of side government. Now, another point to note that we found to be quite interesting is the idea from side government that said, well, there are myriad other kinds of experiences that prove the capacity of women to drive excellence. And we thought that that was interesting. We though felt that there needed to have been more of a direct connection between women excelling in business and showcasing that this is logically going to follow, or it is logically going to follow, that women will excel similarly in the political arena. They pointed to Portia Simpson Miller, for example, and said, well, she has excelled, but at the same time, arguments were thrown across the debate that maybe there were questions as to the relative capacity of Portia Simpson Miller and the relative excellence of Portia Simpson Miller, Jamaica's first Prime Minister. But we also felt that one example does not a case make unless it's proven to be universally appropriate and acceptable, applicable even. Okay? So those were just some of the points that we assessed when we discussed the debate. We found that stylistically, one team was a lot more confident sounding, generally speaking, across the team. The other team seemed to have struggled a little bit with pronunciation issues and so forth. Albeit, those factors, and I want for persons to understand me very well, those factors hardly matter in a debate. A debate is not a public speaking contest, yes? But it helps in your persuasiveness. When you can speak confidently and clearly, it helps with conveying to the judges and the audience that yes, this idea is to be believed. On that point, we want to commend one speaker on each team. We felt that the speaker on MAGGOTTY deserving commendation is in fact the third speaker. Let's give that speaker a round of applause. Confident speaking, sounding mature, sounding very convinced and convicted, and definitely delivering very structured argument, albeit at times we felt that some of the rebuttals could have been deepened and more persuasively engaged with. But by and large, we very much liked your presentation style and the structure of your speech. All right, now the best debate, I will leave that for after I announce the results. So, ladies and gentlemen, one team got 231 points out of a maximum of 320 points. And the other team got 242 points, again, out of a maximum of 220 points from the judges. When we looked at the public voting, we actually achieved for the first time a tie. Both teams had equal numbers of representatives voting in favor of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, the judges' score will remain. Which team got 244? Which team got 231? The team that wins this match, ladies and gentlemen, is a team from DeCARTARET College. Of course, standing strong on side opposition. But not to be outdone and speaking very, very, very well and contributing valid ideas in the debate was also MAGGOTTY High School. Commendations to you, MAGGOTTY High School. And so, ladies and gentlemen, now for the best debater of the match. That speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the speaker with the highest score in this match, the second opposition speaker. And so, ladies and gentlemen, especially to you viewing online, thank you so very much for tuning in. We hope that you achieve some valuable ideas, some controversial things were said that may have sparked in your minds and in your spaces continued conversation on this and other important matters. Thank you very much. Tune in to the next debate coming up shortly. Welcome everyone to this match in the competition dubbed hashtag Free Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett and I have the privilege of serving as your chair adjudicator for this match. Beside me is Roshana Jarrett. Roshana, how are you?
Great, thank you.
All right. So viewers, we have two teams here with us to contest a motion. Roshana, care to share the motion?
The motion before this honorable house is this house would mandate the administering of vaccines and other medicines during public health crisis.
Indeed. Of course, listeners, the teams that are contesting this debate in this match, we have on proposition MUNRO College and in opposition the MAGGOTTY High School. By now, I hope most of you are familiar with the rules, but if you aren't, here goes. The first speaker speaks for 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker speaks for 5 minutes, and the reply speaker is allotted 3 minutes. The first three speakers have what we call protected time. So the first and last minute of their speech is protected from points of information. Listeners, we encourage you at the end of this debate to vote. Vote for the team that you think has provided the strongest arguments and the team that definitely you favor. Now, teams, are you ready? Yes. All right, well, we are ready. So in a few seconds, we will start the debate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our debate. Just as a point of information, we are joined by a third adjudicator online. We have Jonathan Atkins. All right, so at this time, I call upon the first speaker from the proposition side, representing MUNRO College. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker and members of this honorable house, good morning. Side government, we are here to argue the policy. This house would mandate the administering of vaccinations and other medicines during public health crisis. My name is Najirnish, and as the first speaker, I will explain why Operation Get Vaxxed will be so effective and fundamental to the protection and survival of our people. While my second speaker will be speaking more towards the phases of the policy and breaking down the government's intentions, while my third speaker will concretize and cement our motion. I would want to use this opportunity to define the key terminologies outlined in our motion. Mandate is an official order or commission to do something. Vaccinations, or a vaccine, but vaccinations is a treatment with a vaccine to produce immunity to a particular infectious disease or pathogen. A public health crisis is any adverse event, whether natural or man-made, that compromises the health of the population and has the potential to cause widespread illness. Using this information, we can rephrase our motion as stating that this house would like to create an official order or commission to provide treatment with a vaccine to produce herd immunity to adverse events that may threaten the health of our people. The government wishes to institute the mandatory administration of vaccines and other essential medicines during public health crisis. As we all know, there has been frequent outbreak of diseases and viruses that have had a major impact on the education, health sector, tourism sector, and several other economic sectors of our country. Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, in response to past outbreaks, particularly the COVID-19 pandemic, which had caused severe damage to all sectors of economy, and to future-proof our country as a small developing state, the government proposes the policy, get the facts, get vaxxed, is most relevant and timely in this honorable House. The rationale of this policy is to protect our citizens, mitigate the spread of diseases, and ensure the collective well-being of our society during times of heightened health risk. All individuals within the jurisdiction of Jamaica who are eligible for vaccination or require other prescribed medicines shall be obliged to receive the necessary treatment as directed by public health authorities during these health crises. First and foremost, we aim to protect public health. Public health crises pose serious stress to societies, overwhelming healthcare systems and leading to significant loss of life. Mandatory vaccinations and medical interventions serve as vital tools to contain the spread of infectious diseases, reduce the burden on healthcare facilities, and, once again, save lives. By ensuring a high percentage of population is vaccinated, herd immunity can be achieved, providing protection to vulnerable individuals who cannot receive vaccinations due to medical conditions or age. Vaccines have been proven time and time again to be highly effective in eradicating or significantly reducing the impact of various diseases. In Jamaica, for instance, the introduction of the MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine in the National Immunization Program led to a remarkable decline in cases. According to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the year 2000, there were 171 reported cases of measles. However, with the widespread administration of the MMR vaccine, that number plummeted to zero in a short span of a few years and has remained at zero ever since. Moreover, when we look at the impact of mandatory vaccinations during public health crises, we see further evidence of their effectiveness. Secondly, we have an obligation to protect, not obviously protect all people, but especially the more vulnerable ones. In times of crisis, it is imperative that societies protect their most vulnerable members. Compulsory vaccinations are crucial for safeguarding those who are immunocompromised, the elderly, and infants who cannot receive certain vaccines. Mandates provide an added layer of protection, creating a shield of immunity around vulnerable populations and thereby preventing outbreaks from reaching them. For example, during the H1N1 influenza pandemic in 2009, Jamaica implemented a mandatory vaccination campaign targeting high-risk groups, such as healthcare workers, pregnant women, and individuals with chronic illnesses. The result? The number of H1N1 cases was significantly reduced, ultimately minimizing the impact of our healthcare system and, once again, saving lives. This demonstrates that mandating vaccinations during the crisis can mitigate the severity and scope of a disease outbreak. Enforcing mandatory vaccinations and other medicines during public health crisis is crucial to achieving herd immunity, making it difficult for the disease to spread and protects those who cannot be vaccinated due to medical reasons or age. In Jamaica, achieving herd immunity has been a challenge in recent years due to vaccine hesitancy and low vaccination rates. According to the World Health Organization, the national immunization coverage for measles in Jamaica is below the desired 95% target, standing at only 85%. By mandating vaccinations during public health crises, we can ensure that the majority of the population is protected, significantly reducing the risk of disease transmission and its devastating consequences. Finally, aside government, we need to have a rapid response. Public health crises demand swift and decisive action. By mandating vaccines and other essential medicines, governments can act promptly, ensuring that critical medical interventions are administered quickly and efficiently. This timely response can prevent further escalation of the crisis and limit the spread of infectious diseases, saving countless lives. Lastly, mandating vaccinations and other medicines during public health crises demonstrates our responsibility to prioritize the greater good over individual preferences. When faced with a public health crisis, we must make decisions that consider the well-being of the entire population and not one select group. Vaccines are not only a personal choice, but also a social contract. By getting vaccinated, individuals contribute to the collective effort of safeguarding public health and preventing the spread of diseases. In a nation like Jamaica, where we value community and solidarity, it is our duty to ensure that the health and well-being of all our citizens are protected. In conclusion, the mandate of administering vaccines and other medicines during public health crises is not only a sensible policy, but also an essential one. The statistics and examples from Jamaica clearly demonstrate the effectiveness of vaccinations in preventing the spread of diseases, achieving herd immunity and protecting the vulnerable. By enacting this policy, we send a clear message. That we prioritize public health, communal well-being, and the protection of our nation. Let us stand united and make the responsible choice to safeguard the health of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first speaker from the proposition team, MUNRO College. I now invite the first speaker from the opposition team. Again, this speaker is from MAGGOTTY High School. Hear, hear.
Chairman, members of the adjudication panel, audience, members of the proposing and opposing teams, I greet you well. Under the motion, this House would mandate the administering of vaccines and other medicines during public health crises. We disagree. Before I proceed, I want to say, Mr. Prime Minister, you highlighted that the government has an obligation to protect people and is obligated to protect the nation, but wouldn't you agree that the government also is obligated to protect the rights of those people? To begin, I'll define a few key terms in the motion. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines mandate as a formal order from a superior court or official to an inferior one, administering as to manage or supervise the execution, use, or conduct of, and vaccination as treatment with a vaccine to produce immunity to a particular infectious disease or pathogen. Hence, the moot states that this House will give a formal order to supervise the execution of treatment with a vaccine to produce immunity to a particular infectious disease or pathogen and medicines during public health crises. Today, I'll be enlightening your darkened paths, my opponents, as to why such a stance cannot be taken. As first speaker, I'll be stating my case by placing the constitutional right to freedom of choice under a microscope and exploring the health implications and long-term effects that may arise from use of these vaccines and medicines. My second speaker, Sophie Williams, will then elaborate on the financial strain placed on citizens from taxes that would be needed to fund such an initiative, and a look into what Jamaica's society would be if such a policy be enacted. My third speaker, Najee Maxwell, will then follow with a clash of the government standpoints. Mr. Speaker, the concept of mandated vaccination has become increasingly significant in the context of public health and individual rights, especially since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. This opposition is unshaken in our view that individual rights should always be protected. My body, my choice, my fundamental right. I have the right to choose whether to accept or decline a vaccine. According to the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom Act, signed on April 7, 2011 by Governor General Sir Patrick Allen, and I quote, "Parliament shall pass no law and no organ of the state shall take any action which abrogates, abridges, or infringes those rights, the rights outlined in Section 3 and subsection 6 of the Charter of Human Rights. One such right is the freedom of choice." Additionally, Clause 2 of the Bill, Section 13, subsection 1, the preamble to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the committee recommends that, 1, in accordance with the view expressed by the advisory group, the preamble to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms contained in the proposed new Section 13 of the Constitution be amended to include a statement to effect that the state has an obligation, as you said, Mr. Prime Minister, to promote universal respect for and observance of human rights and freedoms. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, under human rights treaties, governments have the primary responsibility for protecting and promoting human rights. My opponents, it is as clear as day that your stance is in accordance with force, because what you're basically agreeing to is that whether or not the citizens like it, they will have to take these vaccines or medicines if they should be mandated. Let's zero in on mandating such a policy for a bit. It's basically making the policy law, so you expect citizens to follow through. But how does one expect citizens to follow such a mandate, or let's say law in this sense, regardless of their opinions, when there is a total disregard of their right, the right to freedom of choice? And let me remind you that a mandate, which is basically a law, should be in accordance of a citizen's rights. Seems a bit contradictory, don't you think, my opponents? Not accepted. A more recent example of this would be the coronavirus vaccine. When this vaccine was first introduced, many people had different beliefs, one such group being Christians, some of whom believed it was related to the mark of the beast. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is taking a stance to say, if a public health crisis should arise, the beliefs, morals, values, and doctrines of this group of people would be thrown out the window.
Point of information.
Just like that, like a sack of potatoes, accepted.
So are you saying that the government doesn't have a social responsibility to ensure security of the state, which is enshrined under the Constitution?
But they also have an obligation to respect the rights of the citizens. So not only would the government be leading the cow to the water, but they would be forcing the cow to drink the water. Mr. Speaker, come with me a bit. What will happen when said water poisons and kills the cow? Who is to be blamed?
Point of information.
Not accepted at this moment. This leads me to my next point of exploring the health implications and long-term effects of vaccines, because as with everything, science has its flaws. Mr. Speaker, vaccines can be labeled as just a quick fix because, as we know, vaccines are used to prevent or lessen the effects of diseases with no known cure. With this said, one can question the effectiveness of any vaccine or medicine over a period of time. Vaccination was first done in 1841, and science has proven that that is not nearly enough time to form a conclusion to rebut the argument of vaccines having negative repercussions in the long run. Not accepted. So the government wishes to say that if and when the situation arises, vaccines and medicines would be mandated, but with what assurance or guarantee? Can you guarantee that if mandated, hundreds of thousands of citizens with different genetic makeup and markers whose bodies are bound to react differently, not accepted, to the vaccine will not have any life-altering repercussions 10, 20 years from now? Let's look at the coronavirus pandemic. The severity of the pandemic gave scientists minimal time to create a vaccine, but they did, and millions of people took that vaccine, and in that group, multiple persons have reported side effects that have lasted for months after taking the vaccine. Accepted.
Are you therefore saying that the COVID-19 vaccine, and statistics will tell you that over 700 million people contracted the COVID-19, a large number of the globe took the vaccine? Are you therefore saying that the vaccine?
And the fact that but they did, and millions of people took that vaccine, and in that group, multiple persons have reported side effects that have lasted for months after taking the vaccine. And the fact that this vaccine was released with instructions that it cannot be administered to persons with certain underlying health issues pretty much answers the question of why one would not mandate vaccines or medicines regardless of the severity of the public health crisis. Let me also stress that when said coronavirus vaccine was distributed, CNBC News reported in an article that companies like Pfizer and Moderna have total immunity from liability if something unintentionally goes wrong with their vaccines. Mr. Speaker, how would you feel if your health was severely threatened by a vaccine you didn't want but was forced to take and no one to hold liable for it? Mr. Speaker, let me also add that as of recently, BioNTech, who partners with Pfizer to create vaccines, faced their lawsuit alleging COVID vaccine side effects. The plaintiffs mentioned side effects were swollen extremities, upper body pain, and sleeping disorder. One might wonder, if they were immune to liability, what prompted such a case to be eligible for a court? I'm going to go on a limb here and say, just maybe the claims about the vaccine are as concerning as they seem and actually hold some truth to them. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is not trying to prevent the administration of vaccines. Instead, we're saying force is not the way to go. Mr. Government? How about educating people? How about hosting information sessions to allay people's fears and hear their voices? Vaccines have been around for centuries and have been proven beneficial. Allow the people to decide on taking it. The opposition pauses. Thank you.
Thank you. First opposition speaker for opening your team's case. And just to remind all debaters, points of information are limited to 10 seconds. So I just had to intervene because that point of information went on a little too long. All right? So at this time, I welcome the second speaker from the proposition team. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashid Miller. And before I begin my speech, I'd like to spend some moment to debunk the many misconceptions my opponents have. Firstly, the rights and liberties of individuals are not absolute. For example, public schools mandate that you must take a vaccine to attend them. Is that an infringement on their rights? That has been precedented and is ongoing to this day. Secondly, the opposition mentions taxes and costs. However, vaccinations would actually be the more cost-effective option. They can pay back for themselves by reducing the effects that they would have, that the virus or disease would have on the economy. Secondly, they are cheaper than other COVID-19. They're cheaper than other traditional treatments. For example, ICU hospitalizations, the vaccine would offer a more cost-effective way of dealing with said issues. Now to my speech. 6,898,487 people dead. Just as many families destroyed. Cities left destitute in its wake. Entire economies drawn to a sluggish halt. This is the effect of COVID-19, the most deadliest recent health crisis in human history. In light of these absolutely grim facts, it is absolutely on the onus of this government to make every effort to protect its people. The proposition claims that vaccines and other medicinal mandates the proposition believes that the vaccines and other medicinal mandates are an effective and efficient means of safeguarding the welfare of people. As my first speaker would have introduced, Get Vaxxed is the proposed policy of this government. Operation Get Vaxxed would be implemented in 3 phases. The first phase would involve the sensitization and education of Jamaicans, specifically targeting vaccine-hesitant communities. It would see targeting vaccine-hesitant communities through social media and information sessions. The second phase would involve the implementation. It would see the prioritization of at-risk groups like the elderly, the immunocompromised, as well as police officers, healthcare workers, the elderly and infants of our population. This point is specifically relevant as the government believes it has an obligation to our most vulnerable people, as my first speaker would have elucidated. The third phase would involve the monitoring and evaluating of the vaccine's progress, as well as safeguarding of individuals' freedoms, such as medical exemptions and spiritual beliefs. We, the government, believe that this policy mechanism would be the most potent means of rolling out the vaccine while insulating populations from the worst of future health crises. Firstly, let us speak to the efficacy of vaccines. Mr. Speaker, vaccines were without a doubt the saviors of the public during the most recent public health crisis, COVID-19. For example, in the United States alone, researchers at Brown University estimate that 318,000 deaths could have been completely preventable if 100% of the population was vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, over 300,000 lives would have been saved through vaccines. Furthermore, a study published in the American National Library of Medicine highlights that vaccinations markedly reduce adverse outcomes with non-ICU hospitalizations, ICU hospitalizations, and deaths. safeguarding millions of people. Not to mention the impacts the vaccine would have in reducing the impacts of the health crisis on education, employment, and industry. This highlights that vaccines are beneficial in curbing health crises and preserving social welfare of the citizens, and thus why vaccine mandates of this nature are necessary in safeguarding society. The opposition will undoubtedly posture the notion that vaccine mandates during a health crisis are unconstitutional and an infringement on the rights of individual Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, this is simply not true. The Constitution allows citizens the right to liberty and core freedoms only in the event that said liberties do not impact the liberties of your fellow citizens. During health crises, remaining unvaccinated poses a direct threat to the well-being of the Jamaican populace, and thus vaccine mandates are necessary in fostering public well-being. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there is precedence. As I mentioned before, in times prior to recent health crises like COVID, Jamaican children are mandated by the government to have certain vaccines to attend public school. Hence, vaccines have already been a staple in public life and have played a key role in fostering a society which stifles communicable diseases before they can take root, which is why the government firmly supports the motion that vaccine mandates are necessary. To conclude, the government has shown that mandates are the best way to safeguard public health. It has highlighted that vaccines are effective in curbing public health crises, which is why the government, without a shadow of a doubt, supports the motion. This House would mandate the administering of vaccines and other medicines during public health crises. The proposition temporarily rests its case.
Thank you very much. Second proposition speaker. We call upon now the second opposition speaker to furnish her response. Hear, hear.
Judges, timekeeper, opposing and proposing team, good day to you all. Before I begin, let me report a point made by our proposition side. He stated that in his speech, get vax, get vax. But now, Mr. Speaker, can you force the public to take something they don't want? I would say, get the facts before you get vax. On to my first point. Abracadabra, did you see vaccine anywhere? Vaccines are not magically created. They are costly. The most recent vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, distribution of one batch costs between $2 billion to $3.1 billion. How will a country like Jamaica finance this? An increase in taxes. An article by the Jamaican Gleaner stated that imposing a tax increase to fund vaccine during public health issues places an additional finance burden on individuals and businesses. Many individuals and businesses may already be struggling due to economic,
point of information,
not accepted at this point, downturns associated with public health crises. Increasing taxes further exacerbates their financial challenges and hinder economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, let us look at this. So, Mr. Government, is it fair to force citizens to intake vaccine, then force them to cover the cost? We as the opposition are saying that we should not force vaccine or medicines being implemented by their medical organization because everyone does not want to take the vaccine. As my Prime Minister stated before, we have the right of freedom. We have the right to freedom of choice. Taxes, I may remind you, are paid by citizens. The opposition believe that a possible tax increase to fund vaccine during public health issues poses significant drawbacks, including financial burdens on the individual. Furthermore,
point of information. In your speech, you mentioned the economic disadvantages of getting a vaccine. So would you deny that that the propagation of COVID long-term would have more damages on the economy?
No, that's not what we're saying. Furthermore, if the government should take this approach, there would be boxing many Jamaicans between a rock and a hard place, which so many citizens experienced during the peak of the COVID pandemic. One such citizen was my 52-year-old community friend Neela, not her correct name for privacy reasons. Neela had a a position at a prominent bank prior to the pandemic. Shortly after a vaccine implementation, Neely was told that she could not continue her job unless she could produce a negative COVID test daily or take the vaccine. Now, Neely was a devoted Christian who, based on religious reason, did not want to take the vaccine. On the other hand, she was a single mother of 3 with 1 in university. What was she to do? Lose her job or go against religious principles? Ultimately, she decided to take the vaccine as the financial and physical cost of subjecting to daily COVID tests was weighing her down. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the previous healthy Neely died a year later. Was it the vaccine? Was it the stress from destroying her religious principles? We cannot be sure, as the autopsy result was inclusive. One thing is for sure is that her being forced to take the vaccine played a contributing role. The government must find alternative ways to encourage.
You made claims about the vaccine killing people, killing Miss Nelly. Yes. Do you believe that that anecdotal evidence has any context for the rolling out of vaccine mandates in a policy?
After she took the vaccine could have given her side effects. The government must find alternative ways to encourage citizens to take vaccine rather than through forces, or else many Neelys will happen. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that people are naturally rebellious. What then will happen if we force the vaccine on the citizens? Mr. Speaker, I think you might know what's the answer to this. If the government forces the citizens to take a vaccine, there will only be confusion. How can you force a country to take what they don't want, Mr. Speaker? We all know that people, especially Jamaican, despise any form of force are being controlled. People naturally rebel in those circumstances. My 3-year-old brother stepped in the rain yesterday just because we told him not to. I am sure you remember at the time when the government put out restriction for persons to stay home. What did they do, Mr. Speaker? They hid and kept parties, even those who didn't use parties. The idea of partying or having fun just because you are told not to become even more intriguing. I am confident we all can agree. In a 2020 article entitled Human Rights Violation by Michelle Mays, it said that when rights are denied and larger groups of people are excluded from the society decision-making processes, there is likely to be great social oppression. She continued to clarify that many conflicts are sparked by a failure to protect human rights, and in order to stop this cycle of violence, states must institute policies aimed at human rights protection.
Points of information?
Not accepted. The opposition cannot assent to leave the runway clear for the government to implement such dangerous policy as this has the potential to create an even greater public health issue, that of chaos. A 2020 article from the Gleaner also reinforced this idea, which states that forcing vaccination can lead to backlash and resistance from segments of the population. It states that it may erode public trust in the healthcare system and government. Mr. Speaker, isn't it important to the government to engender trust? And let us not forget that the fundamental cause of COVID vaccine reluctance was the lack of public health education programs and community engagement. Judges, don't be misguided by the government. I know no one in this honorable house, not even the government themselves, want their right to freedom to be impacted in any way. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much. Second speaker on team opposition, representing MAGGOTTY High School. At this time we go to the proposition again, this time to hear from their third speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Give me a minute. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, members of the Opposition, good morning or good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of said proposition to strengthen our stance for the motion as the third speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, whilst I was at my seat, the opposition would have postulated some arguments that are incorrect. Mr. Speaker, the first speaker cited views. The first speaker cited Pfizer and Moderna as not being liable for vaccines if they are taken. Mr. Speaker, this argument does not make any sense. Mr. Speaker, not because a company cannot be held liable for taking a vaccine means that people shouldn't take it. That's one. Two, she said, the speaker rather said that vaccines are developed in a timely manner. While I say to this, Mr. Speaker, vaccines has been used over centuries, and even she alluded to that fact. As the second speaker, it was stated that vaccines are cost effective and taxes will have to be raised. Taxes will have to be raised also when people die because of an overburdened health system. Mr. Speaker, as of July 14, 2023, there have been 700,972 confirmed cases of COVID-19, including over 6 million deaths, as reported by the World Health Organization, and a total dosage of 13,500,000,000 vaccines has been administered. Mr. Speaker, we are in a war, or we were in a war. A nation was in crisis, and decisive leadership is necessary to mitigate any such reoccurrence. Mr. Speaker, based on what the first speaker said, we can confirm that this country is not new to vaccine mandates. Mr. Speaker, it was Sir John Golding who pioneered Jamaica's vaccination campaign against the devastating polio outbreak, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of lives. Now, polio is gone. Mr. Speaker, my first and second speaker stated Operation Get Vax. This, Mr. Speaker, is a monumental step to achieve full republic. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, a Jamaica, a republic where a national vaccination program, a herd immunity is achieved. Mr. Speaker, a vaccination program where the immunocompromised is protected. It is cost effective and lives are saved. International trade and tourism is protected as people can travel free and economic good and accepted.
And how will this be cost effective based on Jamaica's current economy?
Well, based on Jamaica's current economy, if you are following the Prime Minister, you will find out that Jamaica's economy is in a good place. I would direct you to the Ministry of Finance website. Mr. Speaker, it is obviously clear that side proposition is the level-headed side. Mr. Speaker, even though we, the government, will be exercising discretion to some groups, which include medical and religious, in an attempt to safeguard individual liberties, we will be focusing on addressing the root causes, which include transparent communication about the necessity and efficacy of the vaccines. Additionally, emphasis will be placed on the root causes of vaccine hesitancy through education and engagement. Mr. Speaker, while critics may argue that imposing mandating medical intervention infringes upon personal freedom and autonomy, however, we must be reminded as level-headed individuals that liberty of an individual is not absolute and must be weighed against the broader context of public health emergencies. Mr. Speaker, a full republic, I said it before, and in order to secure and safeguard this republic, strong and decisive policies must be enacted for the greater good of society. Mr. Speaker, we firmly stand by the proposition that mandating the administering of vaccines and other medicines during public health crisis is not only justifiable but imperative. It is justifiable because we are in a public health crisis, imperative because we need to save lives. By implementing such measures, we are prioritizing the well-being of communities, ensure and provide a swift and effective response, and demonstrate our commitment to the common good. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, the opposition yield the rest of the time.
Thank you very much to the, I think that's a proposition, third speaker. Thank you very much. We now call upon the third speaker from the opposition team to provide his line of arguments. Sorry, her. Sorry for misgendering you. All right. Welcome.
Mr. Speaker, judges, timekeeper, audience members, members of the proposing and opposing sides, good day. Before I start, I would like to restate the motion. This House would mandate the administering of vaccinations and other medicines during a public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, if this mandate is placed, it will go in history books as one of the most hypocritical things the government has ever done, as the government has already established in the past that they want to establish our rights. But why give us rights just to take them away? I would like to outline a few clashes that I have observed. Helping and damaging health. We are saying that vaccines, though they help to your health, they can also damage it in the same vein of thought. Although vaccines can help increase immunity, it has been shown, especially through the use of the COVID-19 vaccines that have been administered, that many people have gotten sick because of it. I know people personally who have gotten deathly sick because of the vaccine worse than when they had the disease. 2, the best
Mr. Speaker,
and
point of information.
accepted.
So are you saying that, are you trying to say that lives shouldn't be saved because people will get sick?
I'm not saying that lives shouldn't be saved because people are
You're
sick.
saying that people got sick from?
I'm not saying that lives wouldn't be saved because people are sick. I am saying that people who are immunocompromised, when they do get sick because they took this vaccine, they're still going to die. Death, either way you take it. I can see the confusion in your face. I know people who have died after taking the vaccine because they have gotten sick because of its effect.
If there's death either way, wouldn't...
Out of order, darling. The best and worst thing done for citizens, though I agree that people should get vaccinated for their own health, I also say that it is not necessarily that you have to mandate it, because when you look at it, have you ever heard of penicillin? People are allergic to it, and it is used to make several drugs. Are you saying if that is in a medication and you mandate it on someone and they die because of an allergic reaction, that the blood would not be on your hands? Another hypocritical statement. Instead of mandating vaccines and other medications, we should educate the citizens on their benefits and their importance. What they do after is completely up to them. Many people don't take the vaccines because they do not know how they are made. If I don't know what is in my food sometimes, I won't eat it. I like my rights, don't you? Please note, Mr. Speaker and audience members, that when you go to the hospital, they cannot force medical treatment or certain medicines onto you without your permission unless you're in a coma. If your family says you can take it, that is fine, or if you're under 18. And also, in rebutting to what you said, the first speaker of the proposing side, the meds specified were not whether prescribed or not. Not all medications that would have been said would have to be prescribed. With all these medical conditions that are around, immunocompromised, not everyone would be able to take the vaccine, such as people who have HIV and AIDS. After they take the vaccine, they get sick. Just a simple cold from somebody, if somebody with AIDS just gets a simple cold, that is the way to their grave.
Point of information.
Accepted.
Do you have fact-based evidence to say that people who have HIV shouldn't take the vaccine?
I am not saying people who have HIV shouldn't take the vaccine. I am saying if they choose not to take the vaccine, we should not force it upon them. I believe in my rights. I believe all Jamaicans deserve rights. And I believe that we should not force anybody, any of our citizens, to take the vaccine if they want to. Thank you.
All right, whoa. This has been an interesting debate so far. Very, very interesting. All right, so at this time, we're going to pause for 1 minute to allow for you to quickly formulate those reply speeches. And then we'll begin with the reply speaker on side opposition, followed by that from side proposition. Your 1 minute begins now.
I'm just knowing that it's the last bit.
All right, the sound of the bell signals the end of the 1 minute. It's now time for us to hear the reply speeches. At this time, I call upon the reply speaker from the opposition team representing MAGGOTTY High School. Let's make that team welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Let me first touch on how vaccines are made for the government. Vaccines are made from weakened or dead cells from the particular disease that they want a vaccine for. It's like, oh, so you're practically injecting the disease into your body? Anyways, second speaker from the government, you talked about persons who are vaxxed being less likely to end up in the ICU. So what about persons who have been vaxxed, who end up in the ICU and die? You also talked about vaccines as being saviors. I would not go so far as calling vaccines saviors. There is a possibility of contracting that disease, even if vaccinated from it. Look at the flu, for example. When you're a baby and you're born, you get a flu vaccine, but you're still able to contract the flu, right? People were given the choice to take the COVID vaccine, Was it mandated? No. We know what I think? I think it was not mandated because as much as the government, people weren't educated and they were unsure of what this vaccine brought forth. Sorry. And the third speaker talked about my speech saying I said vaccines weren't developed in a timely manner, and you rebutted that saying they were. I referenced the COVID-19 vaccine because of the severity of the pandemic. It was rushed. They were told, the scientists were told, look, you see how you would normally take a couple years to develop a vaccine? No, we want this in a couple months. So there wasn't enough time for testing to know whether or not this vaccine would be good enough for the citizens. You also talked about the economy, saying how the economy, the Prime Minister said the economy was in a good state, but how can we be sure of the Prime Minister's words? Do we have eyes and ears in the government? We cannot be sure if the economy is in a good state. And because of inflation, and considering the fact that Jamaica is a third world country, and if we should look at the pay of certain citizens, you would realize that the economy is not in a good state. And if we should look at how inflation has affected the rise in produce. You also touched on the fact that schools mandate vaccines, saying, and parents have to make their children take these vaccines, right? But if parents should challenge the education ministry, don't you think they would actually have a fair fight? Because parents can decide what to put into their child's body. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much. Reply speaker from MAGGOTTY High School. Thanks for concluding the case on behalf of your team. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the debate overall, we invite the proposition reply speaker from MUNRO College.
Mr. Speaker and fellow members of the opposition and also side government, I would have a few things to say. First of all, I remember there was somebody had mentioned that I believe it was the first speaker that had mentioned about how the company Pfizer was being sued and it was related to liability in some form. But we also have to remember the fact that anyone can sue anyone for anything, regardless of any logical background behind the argument. If I wanted to, I could sue my neighbor for having grass in their yard. Also, the second speaker had mentioned of how unfair it was to restrict one person who they knew from working in their workplace. While I may understand the position they were in and why they may need the job, I do not believe it is fair that we should ignore one person to sacrifice the well-being and health of everybody else who's working in that establishment. I think that is absolutely ludicrous. What was the point? Also, vaccines are heavily scrutinized and they're tested before being released, always. There is a rigorous process before releasing any vaccine. So that shuts down some of your other arguments. Another speaker had mentioned on the opposition about how expensive it is to produce these vaccines and how taxes will be used. Yes, that is true. While it may be very expensive to produce the vaccines, and even if we are in a bad economy, you are telling me that the money that we're going to have to spend to produce these vaccines are not worth saving the billions, the millions of lives that have been lost. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that you watch the news. And I'm sure that you can remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were times when the hospitals couldn't take any more patients. People had to be outside who are sick. Whatever disease they had, they were outside and they couldn't get in the hospitals because there was no more space because they were so busy treating the patients. Why? Because we are so restricted, we are so unruly as people that we would rather not take the vaccine until in the end, and then we want to regret it all. And then there are people who actually need the hospital, who took the precautionary measures and are now in such danger. Yeah, also, it was mentioned about how there was also mention about how schools mandate vaccines. Yes, that is true. But there was also, we didn't say that all of you have to take it. We mentioned that there is a particular percentage that has to take it first in order for us to have everybody else come back into school without risking the lives of everybody else. If you have such a problem with that, I apologize, but you can go to a different school. Because the lives of our future, the lives of our children is one of the most important things right now. The children are our future. If we don't protect them and let them die, what future will we have as a country? No, I'm just saying, on side government, we have one main goal by releasing this mandate and policy. It is to protect the health and wellness of its people as quickly and effectively as possible. While opposition claims we are violating their rights, as stated by my second speaker, those rights are not absolute. We just want to do what is best so that we can protect everyone. If that is going to affect a few people who are so unruly that they do not want to do it, then so be the case. But we need to protect our people. And saying that, side government rests our case.
Thank you very much, reply speaker from the proposition team. Thank you for concluding this debate. We as the judges will now deliberate, really reflect on the arguments, have a little debate among ourselves, of course, and then we'll return with the results. Stay tuned. on opposition. Legitimate actions of government vis-a-vis the rights and roles, responsibilities even of citizens. Yes, and a lot of times these two issues come into tension, come into conflict, and so it was in this debate. So MUNRO tells us that there are major objectives of a government in seeking to mandate vaccines and other medical procedures. They say, you know, at a time of medical crisis, such as the one we are still in but almost exiting, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, government has an urgent need to save lives. Government has an overarching obligation to do what it can to ensure that casualties are minimized. Now, MAGGOTTY has a response. MAGGOTTY says, while that is a responsibility of government, government has other responsibilities as well, to include respect for individuals' intrinsic and inherent rights. And when a government forces you to take into your body something that you don't agree with, that's a violation. And they cite the Constitution and cite quotations from the Constitution that would seem to allude and suggest that. At this point in the debate, you know, we think it's about even Stevens. We wanted now to hear deeper analysis as to which objective of the government is more important, the demand for it to respect individual rights or that to preserve the health and welfare of the broader society? Or is it the case where one is interwoven within the other? MUNRO tells us in response to MAGGOTTY that rights aren't absolute. And we want to commend the second speaker for bringing that idea because I think it's important. Rights aren't absolute, and he doesn't leave it just at that. He says, well, you have a right to an education up to the primary level, but it's within that context that the government currently mandates that you get vaccinated. Yes? At the risk of you not getting an education. So we appreciate then that, again, you don't achieve your rights with no obligations. You have to have exercise obligations in order to access these rights. Yes? Of course, the debate became very almost tangible. You could almost feel the issues that were being spoken about. They talked to us about issues surrounding people having medical repercussions from taking these vaccines, that they suffer side effects and sometimes they even die. Yes? And I think in that case, MAGGOTTY is raising the stakes. MAGGOTTY is saying you're not just depriving people of some kind of sort of rights, you know, non-tangible rights. You're really killing people, right? And that's a severe thing for a government to do. MUNRO kind of responds, but not really directly. MUNRO tells us that, well, government must save the lives of most people, a sort of a utilitarian argument, you know. Doing that which is right is defined as being that which provides the greatest benefit. Yes? Of course, MAGGOTTY, you might not have realized your argumentation is a little sort of deontological. I know I'm talking about complex things here. You can both do your own research, right? But those things fascinate me a lot, right? So at that point, we felt that we needed a bit more direct engagement from both teams, clashing with the question about, well, even if the government is effecting some harm, the harm is justified on account of the larger benefits. So MUNRO, that's the kind of direct engagement that we wanted to hear from you. We think you went there somewhat, but you didn't go there far enough. MAGGOTTY, you needed significant engagement with the justifications presented by MUNRO. So MUNRO is telling us that we're saving a lot of lives. You're saying, well, you're killing some people, right? Why is it that the death of the few in your world or the harms for the few in your world is unjustifiable, even in the context of the significant harms that we're hearing articulating from MUNRO, such as things like the herd immunity and just keeping the society at large safe, right? So we wanted to hear you say, even if we are saving lives and saving lots of lives, to kill one person, to harm one person at the hands of the government is an inexcusable act, yes? All right. Now, we talked a little bit about things such as, oh, there's another point that's worth pointing out here. We felt that at points in the debate, MAGGOTTY did not seem to really appreciate a specific calculation from MUNRO. MUNRO says that they will have a caveat that makes people who have medical issues that preclude them from taking the vaccine to be exempt. Religious as well. So if you have a religious objection, you can also be exempt. We hear MAGGOTTY constantly trumpeting, well, people have medical issues, preconditions, people have religious objections. MUNRO answers that by saying, well, these people would be excluded. I presume, MUNRO, that the group of persons excluded would not affect your herd immunity objective, right? That, we'll still achieve herd immunity even with the exclusion of these persons, yes? So one of the things that I want you to understand, teams, is that it's very important that you listen to the debate and do what we call pivot, meaning change your stance to accommodate the presentation of your opponent, right? Don't just continue to push the agenda that you came ready to advocate for, okay? And then finally, one of my colleague judges has asked me to point to you, and I agree that when we talk about vulnerable groups, like people suffering with HIV, AIDS, and so forth, we have to be careful how we construe that kind of information. So we have to ensure that we understand that these are sensitive groups, these are marginalized groups, and that they are also groups whose the conversations around them sometimes is enshrined with a lot of misinformation. So you have to ensure that the information that you're putting forward in the debate is very, very clear and accurate and also sensitive, all right? All right, so I've said a lot, and now I'm sure you're wanting to hear the results, right? So the results are as follows, ladies and gentlemen. One team ends with 240, the other team 229. The team that wins this debate is a team from side proposition. MUNRO College. Now, I think we really should commend the team in opposition, because I tell you why. I saw them earlier this morning, thought that they did well. I think they did better this time around. And the growth that we saw is a manifestation of the fact that they listened to the advice of the judges. They probably went and did some refreshing of the speech and practiced a little bit more and came better this time. So we're really pleased for that. And because of that, I want to encourage you to continue to debate, because if you've done so well from one round to the next, if you continue, you'll become astoundingly great. All right? The best debater in this match comes to us from the winning team. That's the second proposition speaker from MUNRO College. And ladies and gentlemen, we actually have two speakers tied at the level of a commendable debater, and those are actually the two speakers, first and third speaker from MUNRO College. Congratulations. And I feel like I have to announce a meritorious speaker. And that definitely is the first speaker from MAGGOTTY. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our viewing audience, thank you so very much for tuning in, for watching, and for participating. I hope this conversation has really advanced the larger national conversation about the new constitution. Thank you so very much.